Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's get started, dudes. How you doing? How's everybody doing today?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We beat Buffalo. Yes, we did.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, hey, you found us. You want a beer? Nice, nice. Thanks for all the resubs, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh. I gotta mute my
Discovery,
phone.
go
Give
at
me 1
throttle up.
second. Okay. New career equals prime sub time. All right. So JDG with a 16-monther. Jim had a 90-monther. O4's had a 108. Helm 108. Talon 113 months. Okay. Let's get rid of that.
Discovery,
Electron
go at throttle up.
109. Thanks, guys. Sorry about yesterday. This was not. Yesterday was an emergency. It was not one of those like, oh, I'm sorry for being late. Ha ha ha. I can't manage my time. No, it was not good. Not good. That's my fault. But yeah, I needed to be elsewhere yesterday. A lot of things all happening at once, man. How bad is the fusion? Titan is doing just fine. He's completed his first phase of heartworm treatment and is in very good spirits. I can tell because he slept on me again. He does that when he's happy. Like, when I mean on me, I mean his head is right here when I'm trying to sleep. And he's breathing on me. That's yeah. So, Titan's just fine. How about them Yankees? Yeah, I know. That's, you hate to see it. You hate to see such a team get railed like that. That's terrible. Love the shirt. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's just terrible. Oh no. So yeah, I had guys, this isn't even the half of it. What I'm telling you. There's other stuff that I just don't want to talk about. The fusion broke down on the highway, and I had to get it towed off the highway, Route 154 style, back to my house. And I also needed to be somewhere, so I had to get it towed back there, get in my other car, and go. That was on Sunday. So, because I didn't really have any time to troubleshoot what was going on, because it was an emergency and I had to be somewhere, I got to troubleshooting it yesterday morning, and because some of my driveway is paved and some of it is gravel, right? I had them put the fusion down in the gravel, and when I was trying to figure out what was going on with it, I rolled over onto gravel onto my phone and promptly destroyed it. Yeah. Can't have that. So I had to... full disclosure, I am on a family plan with my parents to save money. If we bundle all of our phones together, you save cash that way. So I had to drive up into the city again yesterday and get upgraded. So here you go. It's a 17 plus. I can't not have my phone. I run my business from that when I'm not here. So that wasn't even the half of it yesterday. So once again, I apologize, but these circumstances were way out of my control. I know I've been late to streams lately. I'm trying to correct that, but the whole world is against me sometimes. But honestly, yeah, emergencies and stuff like that come first, dudes. I'm sorry. I don't mean to deprioritize the stream. You know it's my number one, but in some cases, it's not. You know what I mean? Were you able to get the car fixed? No. It's not fixed yet. An automatic transmission cooling line decided to just fail. I still haven't figured out why it failed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It sheared the metal line sheared off. On one of the crimp fittings where it goes from rubber hose to metal line. It just decided to shear off. So my transmission lost valve body pressure going down the highway, and the car proceeded to puke its guts out all over on the side of the road. Good times. Yeah. It's Route 154 all over again. Yeah, it is what it is. Is the transmission still good? I hope so.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The line you have to buy as an assembly because new cars are dumb. I have a new line coming. I just got back from the Ford dealership. I have to, yeah, the line's going to be here tomorrow, and it is an involved process. Because the lines go underneath, they go from the front of the car, the transmission and the motor. So the front of the car is this way. The radiator's right here. You're looking at the driver's side wheel would be right here. Okay, the motor and the transmission are here. The lines go out of the radiator, they go down, they go underneath the transmission, they go up, and they go over and into an AT cooler, which is right here. And it's one assembly. So that's good. The AT cooler, which is underneath the battery tray in the airbox. That's going to be a little involved to fix, but I can fix it, and hopefully the transmission and the motor are fine. So around your butt to get to your elbow. Yes, because new cars are stupid. Yeah, there's, yeah. And they used compression fittings on the AT cooler lines because I don't know. How much of the car do you take apart? I'm gonna have to take the battery out, the battery tray out to get at this and do it right. And that's Bree's car. So it has to be done right. Gotta take the tray out, gotta take the airbox out. You gotta undo the lines from the cooler, which is on top of the transmission, behind the shift linkage, might I add. And you have to replace the lines as an assembly. It is not the most involved job, but it is an involved job. So I hate to say it, but progress on the Coronet is going to be slow this week because of this, which really sucks, but it is what it is. You have to do all this in the gravel because the Coronet is taking up space. Yes, the Coronet is taking up space because I wanted to have that car basically rolling again by the end of August, but my computers decided to explode instead. So, yeah, I am running way behind schedule, and I'm really not happy about it, but it is what it is. All you can do is just keep going. Oh, there was a power surge last night because it's windy here, by the way. I came into all my computers off, and my uninterrupted power supplies basically screaming their guts out. So that's good. I don't know what I did. I must have done something to piss off the universe, but whatever. Or it's just life. You know, yeah. I've not been having a good couple of days. Don't you know, in adult life, as soon as you have any spending money, bad things happen and happen in threes. That's life. The new UPSs didn't do their jobs. Apparently not, because all my computers were off. I came in here knowing that I would need to basically, like, I got up this morning, the first thing I did was come out here and turn everything on, to, like, because I know that this, working on the car today, driving up to the dealership was going to take some time and it would come down to the wire. Trying to be punctual here, right? So I came in here, turned everything on, made sure all the lights and everything were ready to go, made sure the microphone was ready to go. I did that first thing this morning. Came back in here at 11:45.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Love you, don't give me subs for not being on time. Don't do that. But I appreciate you, but don't do that. Yeah, everything was off. And my power supplies were going, beep, 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 beep. We tripped a breaker, too, by the way. So I would assume that all my computers shut off because of undervoltage, but I don't know for sure. I don't know what happened. You know the feeling you got hit on a motorcycle, cracked a couple ribs, and have a lot of road rash. Nice, Nader. Nice. Do you have any PC settings to power down if the UPS is low? I would assume that that's what happened because everything shut off. And the UPSers were going, meh. They were doing some invasion of the body snatcher stuff. Like. So yeah, that's how my 2 days have been going. But hey, it's all good. It's all good. I'm just gonna.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Geeson gifted us up to not on time. Dude, I usually feel bad about this. And this is going to sound terrible coming from me, guys. I don't feel bad about this. This wasn't even like, oh no, I'm going to be late. This was like problems that are way out of my control. So.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Full moon be full mooning. Indeed. The moon was beautiful last night, by the way. Yeah, it's awesome. Real life MSC, dude. Yeah. It's not been a fun couple of days, but it's okay. It's okay because everything's okay and everybody's okay and we're good to go. So at least Primo and you don't have Ferrari brakes. I didn't even watch it, dude. I don't care. I don't care. Did you get up to see Falcon 9 go overhead? There was a rocket launch. Oh, combos. Nice. Yesterday, Geeson was very much rolling with the flow, and I am very I'm annoyed that, I had to deprioritize this, but I can't not have my phone. That is, if Bree needs me for something, I need to be reachable quickly, so it is what it is. Chastain tried to do the thing again. Oh, nice. Have you seen Kung Fu Optimus? I have. Yeah. Hopefully the transmission didn't get burned up. Well, Rarest, I immediately knew something was wrong when the transmission did a hard shift and then I lost the drivetrain. I was coasting down the highway, stepping on the gas, and just the revs are going up and we weren't accelerating. So I immediately shifted the transmission into neutral and coasted off to the side of the road. Unfortunately, I have experience with cars kicking the bucket going down the highway. That happened. That has happened to me in the past. Weird, huh? Yeah, great, good, lovely. It's so weird that's happened before. I have experience here. I put it immediately into neutral and just coasted off to the side of the road. What sucks is that I was very much needed elsewhere, right? And I was driving up into the city because I needed to be elsewhere. And I needed to be on time as well. I will not say what or why or when. That's parts that I don't choose to talk about. So I was like, I'm so over this. I immediately called the towing company. I'm like, yo, I need tow now. I'm right here, this mile marker, this part of the road. Come get me. They come get me and they're like, well, we're going to charge you for the mile. I'm like, I don't care. Just bring the stupid car back to my house. Okay, where's your house? All right. Okay, good. Well, that's like 15 miles away. It's going to cost you. Yeah, yes, we've been over that. Please tow the damn car. So I dropped the Fusion. The tow truck driver drove me back, me and Bree back, dropped the Fusion right in my front yard on gravel. And I immediately ran to the house, grabbed my keys, got in the Mustang, and went to where I needed to go. I made it on time for what it's worth.
Discovery.
Complying with all lawful traffic rules. Anti-Saint, 100-month resub. Thank you. Nice farm. Yeah. So I'm very excited to just get in here and play some Kerbal. So
Discovery.
Hey, Lab, 73-month resub, new speed record. I was complying with all lawful speed limits. I don't know what you're talking about. Definitely change the fluid in the filter. Yep. I'm not even sure there's a filter on this, dude. If there is, I don't know where it is. There's no transmission pan. There's just a drain plug. I complied with all lawful traffic laws, Tessa. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't mind it, Sawyer. I got a stripped down iPhone 17. That's not like the super awesome orange one. I just need a phone. I don't really care what it is. I'm not a phone snob. The rest of my family has Apple products, so it's easier to FaceTime and stuff. I don't know. Take that what you will. I don't give a frick about the damn phone. I just want a phone. If I could have a flip phone, I would do it. EJ, I've been trying to follow the new Kerbal series, but could you explain why you're still with tier 1 missions? Not judging or whatever, just curious about the slow start. Didn't that Minmus mission that we did the last time, wasn't that like a 3-star mission or something? The reason why we haven't gone to like Eve and Gilly and stuff yet is because we haven't had a tracking system that's strong enough to go that far. That's the reason. My tracking station isn't powerful enough to reach out that far. But we have the communications, and we'll build out ground stations, and you know, when we build out ground stations, we should have enough to at least get to Duna or to Eve or something. That should be good enough. Phones I use to give it. Well, GrabShark, I had an iPhone 8, and my iPhone 8 Plus was working just fine. It was working just fine until I had to roll around in gravel, and I forgot to take it out of my pocket, and I crushed it between a rock and me. And it's not even screen repairable. A rock crushed the button on the phone. So, lovely. We're just having a crappy couple of days, dude. But it's okay. It's okay, we're here. Let's play some KSP. So. Oh, now you got to get used to life without the button. Yeah, I know. We're shocked to find out the new iPhone 17 is hardly an upgrade. It's fast. It's faster than the 8, that's for sure. But that's because phone companies, instead of making good, phone providers, instead of making good software, they make the hardware better, and then they make the software utilize the new hardware. So if you don't have new hardware to keep up with the new software that's made for the fastest phone, your phone's going to go slow because phone companies don't really care about standing behind products that are older. Most software companies don't, which is a whole can of worms that I don't feel like talking about right now. Oh, it's so bad, Drummer. It's so bad. Nobody writes optimized code, and I know that I can understand that as somebody that doesn't know anything about software. You know, the iPhone 8 was fine. It was going just fine. And it started going slower once they upgraded it for free. You know, like, it's not some conspiracy. They just make the software utilize all the hardware. And that's lazy, crappy coding. I know exactly. I understand that. That's just move the code, make the, get it out as fast as possible because we need to make money. That's that kind of nonsense. I understand that from a mechanical point of view, which is why, to bring this thing full circle, which is why I don't like new cars. You know, and in 10 years, when I still have this iPhone 17, the iPhone 20 bajillion is going to be out, and that phone's going to start going slow. But my iPhone 8 was in perfect working order. I babied that damn thing. My battery life on that phone was above 80. On that 10-year-old phone. I'm very careful with my stuff, guys. But whatever. It is what it is. Last, please. What do you want? Don't worry about it, Dean.
Discovery,
it's fine.
go at throttle up.
What is this, goalie? Could you explain this better than he does? Yeah. Sure. Damn, you took good care of it. You're at 78 on a 13 Pro. I make sure to not be buried in my phone for long periods of time during the day. And I always try to keep the charge high. It's just standard battery things, guys. If the more you let that battery go low, the more it gets into the cells, right? Well, that's not really the right way to say it. If you let it go low and you'll always charge your phone when it's at 10%, right? Your battery is not going to last. The battery can only charge, and it can only charge so many times before the cells wear out completely. Yeah, you only get so many cycles on the battery because the battery cells. They'll eventually fuse. Your anode and your cathode, I believe, is what it's called. I don't know. I don't remember. They'll eventually fuse together. When they fuse together, you're screwed. So yeah, I always keep my phone. I always kept that thing charged. I never tried to let the battery go low. Check Discord DMs later. Not super important. Oh, yeah. No, Apollo, I appreciate you, man. It's all good. I'm good. This thing is cool, man, for what it's worth. It's a cool phone. I like it. It's neat. It's really super fast. Have you still got the old 8? Yeah. The screen is complete. Dude, the screen and the button is completely an op. Tessa. Yeah, we could plug it into something else if we wanted to, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So sorry. I don't mean to be such a stick in the mud today. It's just, I'm trying to be like, during August we weren't here for a long period of time, and I'm trying to reestablish punctuality with the stream, but the world is fighting against me. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. Most likely it's me, but yeah, this one was out of my control. I didn't expect a transmission line to shear off on a car. That is not a failure. That's not something that happens, but it happened to us, so whatever. I don't get how he does orbits. Yeah. Are you gonna do space news today? Yeah, Corsi. We'll attempt to salvage the schedule today. I just turned this fan on and it smells. I turned the fan on and it smells like burnt toast. Broken. I got nothing, dudes. It smells like a shorted wire. The air conditioner is fine. Okay. Okay, we'll just keep going. No fan. I have a little desk fan that I use to cool, you know, just to keep the air moving around. That's broken. Yeah, that smells like ozone. So, yeah, that's great. I don't know what I did wrong, Starlight. I believe in putting out good vibes, but I must have done something wrong. I must have pissed somebody off up there. I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's just a shockingly bizarre chain of events, dude. Like, I don't want to be some sob story, but these, like, I don't tell you guys these stories to garner sympathy. I tell you because I believe in being honest, right? Strangest thing, dude. Like, who could make up what happened? Like, who can make that up? It's ridiculous. I'll show you my damn phone. It cracked it right on the stupid button. Like, I don't know what I did wrong. I must have done something. I must have pissed some cosmic entity off or something. Who knows? Been gone for a couple of days. What's the career looking like? Yeah, so have I, Bobber. I haven't done any career since last week. I wanted to do some tests with this rocket. We have our Octo 3 rocket, right? And I wanted to do some tests with this dang thing, if you guys don't mind. I was curious. This rocket is pretty damn good. It's the rocket we're using in career mode. But we did come up with a pretty crazy idea for it. Now we're back in engineering mode. This is my big engineering mode save. This is not the career mode save. So I didn't label this episode as a career mode save because it's not. And I came up with a very interesting idea for this stage. It's because you missed the NSFEU UK meetup. Yeah, I don't know, man. My idea is to make inducted or unducted. I think we can go with a UDF here. My idea is to make an unducted fan on the outer skin of the rocket around our center of mass. And the idea here with the UDF is to
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The idea with the UDF is to basically make a rocket that can land using auto rotation. That's the whole idea, like a helicopter. It'll create tons of drag on descent, Buxo. It'll be able to slow down, and then it'll auto rotate down with the UDF, just basically picking up RPM from the kinetic energy of the vehicle. So instead of the first stage coming down and just drag slowing the dang thing down, these things will generate insane amounts of drag to slow it down, but it'll also increase its RPM. The idea is that you could theoretically auto-rotate a stage back down. Now, this is not a new idea. I just thought about it in the application of what we're working on. That was Joe. Thanks. I gotta turn on Starbase Live. There we go. This is not a new idea. This has been proposed before. There was a small... I keep smelling that damn ozone smell. I hope we didn't fry something. If I suddenly leave, you know what happened. So the Roton basically has deployable helicopter blades that pop out of the top. So it works like an SSTO, and then to come back down and land, instead of doing a propulsive landing, the blades just pop out, and it just lands like a helicopter, basically. Now, once again, this was an auto-rotation idea that was from the late 90s. Roton is actually pretty dang cool. It's a pretty cool idea. They did make a flight test article to verify that it was working, and the Roton is still around. I think it's in a museum somewhere. Yeah, from the Rotary Rocket Company. There it is. The Roton's still here. That thing actually flies. And it was actually a pretty damn good test article. It does fly around, believe it or not. It's very strange, but it does. Do you have a critter in the shop? There's crickets in here, Fluffy, but I don't know for sure. I do live in the woods, and to be 100% honest with you, I don't even want to entertain that idea right now. If I suddenly leave, the shop's burning down, and you know what happened. Okie dokie? Don't worry, I got my fire extinguishers here. And I know how to extinguish a fire. I'm good. Is there a video of it spinning using the blades? There should be. Yeah. It's, oh, no. It's doo-doo caca poo-poo footage, but there it is. That's them testing it in Mojave. Yeah, it's a quite a strange design. Now, second part of this. So this isn't the first time that this idea has been proposed. The second part of this is that it looks like a Dalek. Yeah, it does. Second part of this is that the Roton, like our design here for the Octo 3 first stage, is going to utilize auto rotation. So let me introduce you guys to what auto rotation is and how it works. Let me pull a vehicle out. KSP does have auto rotation. I've made many auto gyros that utilize it. You can do auto rotation in KSP. It understands it well enough. Let me pull out one of my helicopters here. Or an auto gyro would be probably the better example. So this is the K92. K92 is an auto gyro. It's an auto gyro helicopter transport plane that I made for search and recovery I mean, it was designed for mission mode, but I never used it in mission mode. So let me show you what this does. KSP2 is dead. KSP2 is abandonware as far as we can tell. Long live KSP1. I don't want to talk about KSP2. I'll get even more annoyed than I already am right now, clown. I'm, yeah, like I said, not having a great time. Anyway. So check this out. First of all, you gotta be, if you want to understand auto rotation, you gotta be introduced to how a helicopter works. Now, I have rotors on this. There's 2 contra-rotating rotors. Notice that they're spinning in opposite directions, okay? Just keep that in your mind. Now, if we wanted to, this is the arrow menu, guys. This basically shows how much lift my blades are generating. The longer these lines are, the better. Okay, so if we power up these things, power up the blades, you can see that they generate more lift, but they're not going to generate enough to take off. To do that, you have to use what's called a collective, okay, or a collective pitch controller. Now, even now, with those lines like they are, they're still not going to take, we're still not generating enough lift to take off. We are generating 40 kilonewtons of lift. That's not enough. But if we initiate the collective is bound to my throttle here for this plane, instead of like the engines being bound to throttle. It's bound to the throttle controller, so it works like a helicopter. Sorry, KSP is a little loud. I always get the rotary rocket mixed up with DCX. Yeah, everyone, that happens. So, if we increase our collective, we will generate enough lift to take off. Now, what does collective do? What does this do? A collective controller on a helicopter, and in this case on my auto gyro, a collective controller collectively increases the pitch of all of the rotor blades. If you have the rotor blades spinning around, they're spinning around like this, right? And if you have them collectively pitch at the same time, your blades will generate more lift. Now, what's the trade-off? They're not always going to generate more lift if you don't have the power to move them. So you're going to, if you don't get it right, you're going to lose RPM. The key is to have collective pitch and not lose RPM. See my RPM, despite my collective being modulated, the RPM doesn't change because these are powerful enough. Those turbo shafts are powerful enough. Now, there's also what's called a cyclic controller on a helicopter, and this does have a cyclic. The way my control scheme is set up, it has a cyclic. Now, what does the cyclic do? In the same way that a collective will collectively pitch all the blades, a cyclic will cycle, it'll modulate the pitch of the blade going around as it rotates. So a cyclic will make it so when a blade, say our blades are going this way, when they rotate around, when it gets to one side, one blade is going to pitch up and the other one's going to stay flat. And then as it rotates around more, this one will flatten out. And then when this one gets into position, it will rotate. A cyclic will be able to cycle your pitch left and right, forward and back. Now, in the case of a helicopter, watch this. You see it turn forward? That's what a cyclic does. It allows a helicopter to be able to pitch and roll. If you look, we pause it for a second here. If you look, I have a cyclic control enabled. Look at the left blade. Look at the left blade. The blade that's on the left side. Look at the amount of pitch that it's making. It's not making nearly as much as the blades on the right. Same thing over here. That's going to cause the helicopter to roll. Okay? Now, why am I teaching you about helicopters? All this plays into auto rotation and how it works. Okay? So let's turn off the arrow menu and let's get this plane, let's get it flying in auto gyro mode. Okay? So what we're going to do here is we're going to throttle up our main engines here, the Goliaths. We're going to throttle them up. You're an amazing salesman. I'll take 50. That's how helicopters work. It's crazy. How it's able to cycle and collect, how you're able to do cyclic and collective pitch is done by something called a swash plate. Swash plates are black magic, as far as I'm concerned. I understand what they do. I know how they work. Igor Sikorsky was not of this earth to come up with that idea. That idea is a swash plate is so stupid, but it works somehow. A swash plate is how helicopter blades are able to cycle blade pitch modulation and also collectively increased pitch. They're ridiculous for what it's worth. So now I'm going to change my flight mode. It'll switch over to the other thing there. And when it does this, my blades, if you noticed, I'll pause it for a second, my blades are pitched backwards. See that? That's on purpose. Both of them are pitched backwards when we're in auto gyro mode. Okay? So, what's going on here? The engines are pushing us forward like a regular airplane. Now these blades are slightly pitched back into oncoming velocity. This allows them to pinwheel. You ever have like a pinwheel and you blow into it and it spins? That's exactly what's going on here. That's called auto gyroing. The idea is that oncoming airflow, because the craft is being propelled forward by our engines, is being introduced to the blades, and the blades are spinning, albeit not at a high RPM. It's not really enough. This wouldn't be enough to keep us flying because the blades, well, my helicopter blades are unpowered right now. In auto gyro mode, they are unpowered, and we collectively pitch the thing down, put up the gear, and now this thing flies like an airplane. Now, what's the benefit of this? Well, the benefit of this is that you generate an insane amount of lift for not a lot of wing. This plane, my K92 auto gyro, doesn't fly very fast, but it can fly at insanely high altitude because the blades are providing extra lift for us in this regard. Some of the forward thrust is being basically collected by the blades and being used to generate way more lift than the wing ever needs. Now note that our wings, if you look at the wings, they are not generating a lot of lift right now. The blades are what are keeping us up. See that? The blades are what's keeping us up in the air. Those are the wings in our auto gyro, okay? Now, auto gyroing plays into something called auto rotation. Now, what is auto rotation? Auto rotation is modulating your collective on your blades to be able to generate blade RPM in the event of an engine failure. Okay? So, if you look, our helicopter turbines are not powered. Nothing is making them go right now. Okay? Nothing. They're not powered. They are spinning because the Goliath engines on this craft are at full throttle and are propelling us forward. But what happens if we lose power? Now check this out. My blades are not powered. My engines aren't powered. The engines are still on, but they're not powering anything. They're not generating any forward thrust. But if you notice, we're still flying. My blades are still spinning and they're still providing lift. Now, what's going on here? If we go into Kerbалpedia here, right? And we go into aircraft, basics, forces. I hate that you can only do one or the other. But we have lift, thrust, weight, and drag. Okay? The weight of the plane is the force of gravity on the mass of the aircraft, right? And in this particular case, if we get to a certain airspeed, the plane's going to want to fall. It's going to want to fall, like it basically stalled, or has it. Now, when a regular aircraft stalls, it falls out of the sky, right? Like that Delta Connect flight that flew into Toronto Pearson last winter and stalled over the runway and crashed, and fortunately everybody survived, right? When this thing stalls, the force of gravity is affecting the mass of the plane and it wants to push it downward.
Discovery,
but because my helicopter blades are pitching down, I have the collective all pitched down. The blades are all pitched. My blades are like this. They're pointing downwards. Because gravity is pushing me down and the blades are basically cutting into the wind because we're basically falling right now. I mean, if you look at our rate of descent, we're basically, like, this would be an immediate stall of any airplane. Like, we'd fall right out of the sky. But because the blades are pitched in, they're pitched into the oncoming wind, they're pinwheeling. The force of gravity is exerting kinetic energy on the airplane and pushing it down. And my blades are pinwheeling because of it. And because of this, you can get blade RPM up. And if you can get blade RPM up in a helicopter, you can fly it. This is part of, if anybody here has flown has a rotary wing certification, or you know how to fly a helicopter, or you've flown a helicopter, this is something that every helicopter pilot learns. Altitude is your insurance. Falling like this in the event of an engine failure, you need to collectively pitch your blades down to get rotor RPM up. So when you get near the ground, you can maneuver this thing right where it needs to be. So we're still in auto gyro mode, so I'm going to switch the flight mode, make sure the left button turns on here. All right, we're back in helicopter mode. Note that my blades are full collective pitch down. Hey, Obsher, 66-month resub. It is falling controllably. It's kind of, Ultra, it's kind of an Osprey, it's an auto gyro. It's a little bit different. It's like a Chinook and a C-130 decided to make babies. That's what happened here. That's my principal design behind this plane. Okay, Creepshow, serious question because I feel like in the minute details it matters. Is gravity pulling you down or pushing you down? It's not pulling or pushing, it's forcing you down. It is a force. It's a force enacted on a mass. That's what gravity is. That causes a downward acceleration. Does that make sense? Like a jet engine would cause, you know, if you have a rocket pointed straight up with your thrust to weight ratio, right, higher than 1, causes an upward acceleration that cancels out the force of gravity. Right? Yeah, so pushing and pulling down is kind of not the right way to say it. It's a force affecting on a mass. Force equals mass times acceleration. It's, what is that, third law of thermodynamics? Something like that. You have explained how helicopters work better than some of my instructors back when I went through training. Really, Ruin? Jeez. How do you make a cyclic work in KSP? Well, that's my flight computers, Kiani. This aircraft has a flight computer built in. That's what all those cow controllers are. I have the cow controller in there to basically switch up my control scheme on the fly. So it can either work like an airplane or work like an auto gyro. Yeah, there's plenty of videos out there, Urban. Yeah. So auto gyros are required to get your license, MT. Yeah, every helicopter pilot has to do it. You have to understand auto rotation. It will literally save your life. If something goes, well, not literally, it will save your life if something goes wrong. So once again, I'm just coasting here. Our engines, we can shut them off. They're not doing anything. I will get this plane down, dead sticking it. No power. We'll get it to land. So right now, this thing has a lot of potential, what's called potential energy. All right, we're staying up, but gravity wants to pull, once again, Creepshow, there's that thing. Gravity wants to force us down, right? My blades spinning are what's keeping us from falling out of the sky like a brick. If I had a rotor brake and we stopped the blades right now, this thing would go, boop, it would just go nose into the ground, right? It really is. Helicopters only fly because they vibrate so bad the Earth rejects their presence. I'm telling you, helicopters are an abomination of mechanical engineering. I understand very well how they work. I still don't understand how that thing stays together. How does a swash plate on like a CH-53 stay in one piece? I'm just going to chalk that one up to helicopter engineers are wizards. We'll just leave it at that. Like they have a wizard hat and they cast like, you know, gravity repulsion or something. Rotor transmission magic. What do you mean you spin the wings? Well, the wings on this, I do have wings right there, but the wings have 0 angle of incidence, my main wing array. That's just to have a fuel tank. The rotors are the wings on this craft. The rotors, those are the wings. But I can get my wings to spin. Gravity's forcing us down, and I can get the rotors to spin. Because gravity's pushing us down, and my blades, if you look at the throttle, are collectively pitched down. And we can trade altitude for blade RPM here. Look. Watch. Watch the blade RPM. Here, let's go back into auto gyro mode because we are going forward. Make sure my flight mode switches. All right. So check this out. Look. We're using the auto gyro because we're falling in this direction. Actually, we're falling in this direction. We tilted the blades back, and look at them spin. The RPM is going up as we descend. See? I'm in full control of this aircraft right now. Even though I have no power, and we are falling out of the sky. We are in control. See? My blade RPM has gone up. And now we can do two things with this. We could fly it like an airplane, or we could land it vertically. Did you patch your KSP install? No, Ator, I've not been near my computer. I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest. Yeah, swash plates. You understand how they work, but not how they... Yeah, no, exactly. I know what it's doing, Tessa. I see it. I understand the mechanics behind it. How does that not explode is beyond me. So once again, we have no power. There's no power to the turbo shafts in this. There's no power to the engines. Nothing. No tricks up the sleeve here. We are just using physics to our advantage. I'm trying to teach people about auto rotation, not so fun. So once again, we're unpowered, so gravity wants to push us right into the ground. But my blades, as we go down, because my blades are collectively pitched down, they're digging into the oncoming wind, the oncoming laminar flow from the vehicle, right? They're digging into it. Because they're digging into it, it's increasing our rotor RPM. And you can make an unpowered landing. So once again, I'm in full control of this vehicle. We are not going to crash. I know it sounds ridiculous, combos, but we ain't going to crash. Last. Unity games have a vulnerability that needs to be... yeah, okay. Great. So check this out. If we go... We got our blade RPM up. We trade blade RPM with altitude here. Okay? If we switch us into helicopter mode, put the gear down, right? And then at the very last second, we're in helicopter mode. We collectively pitch up on the blades. We traded blade RPM for lift. Boom. Not a pretty landing, but we're in one piece. Did you see the plane go up? Auto rotation. Gravity's pushing us down and it's pinwheeling my helicopter blades. And then at the last second, you collectively pitch the blades up. And the blades will obviously slow down. You will slow down because there's nothing powering them to keep them going. But in that moment, in that split moment, you generate enough lift to land. That's how helicopters can land in the event of an engine failure. You got to do it quick and you have to time it, right? But it can get you back on the ground in one piece. Now, here's why I'm showing you this, guys. I'm sure that's good for it. Here's why I'm showing you this. What else has to basically do something in the last split second that we talk about a lot here on this stream? What else has to do something in a last split second very quickly to be able to stop and land in one piece? Do you see where I'm going with this? Falcon 9 has to do a hover slam, right? It has to do a hover slam. I mean, yes. I don't have a swash plate, but, you know. A duck! Exactly! Yes, and what weighs more than a duck? So you're saying, if she weighs more than a duck, she's a witch! Anyway, so, the idea here, my running idea is that if we take our the Octo rocket, right? And we have rotor blades built into the design, we can auto-rotate this down and land it. Now, the design that I had when we first loaded this up had my toroidal wing design. And that is good, that's all fine and dandy, but I want to try this by just auto-rotating it. Now, I do have 2 rotor mechanisms built into the design here and here. These motors are unpowered. They have no power. They're just free spinning. The reason why I'm using the turbo shaft engines, which is generally use those as a helicopter motor, the reason why I'm doing that is because those are the rotors that I have unlocked in career mode. They're unmotorized. They're just there to spin blades. That's it. Now, that's why I brought this rocket into the engineering mode save. I really want to prototype this idea, because if we can get this working in career mode, oh man, is it going to be cool. So, I have an Octo 3 first stage. It's basically the exact thing, exact design. I have the blades down on the center of mass of the vehicle. Now that I'm thinking about it, the blades don't really need to be right there, but it's fine. So what I want to do is I want to get this rocket up in the air and see if we can, I want to see if we can auto rotate it back down. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to put this thing out on the runway and we're going to check our blades. We're going to see if we can get the blades spinning fast enough to get this thing to hover, even if it is for a split second. Now, obviously, we don't want to ascend with our blades like that. So I'm going to hit 6 and enable the throttle collective control, and then hit 6 and disable it. So now those blades are, for all intents and purposes, locked. There. Now these blades can spin. They have 180 degrees of rotation, which is good. That means when these things are on the way up, because these are supposed to be propeller blades in the game. You're supposed to use them as like a propeller plane. That's why they have such a crazy deployment. Hey Sethron, 8913 sub. Hey man, watch the VOD on Friday. Triangulating comsats was awesome. I always struggled in KSP and your explanation made it make so much sense. Thanks for keeping it being the best. Hey, my pleasure. All right, so let's turn on our engines. We don't need all of them. Those don't need to be on. We really ideally need to go up a little bit more and not do this, but having these things on there, having the grid fins on there is actually kind of screwing me up. They weren't really supposed to be enabled here, but you know. Fine. Yeah, that wouldn't have worked. Yahoo! Great first test. This is why we're doing this in engineering mode. Because, you know. All right, so shut those off. We don't want those enabled. And then let's just have those like that. And let's have the rotor blades locked out. And then I'll add to my cal controller toggle locked there. Toggle locked. And we need to we need the brakes on. I mean, there is an option to engage the brake here. I really don't want these moving, so I want the braking force at like 200. Cal controller's up at the top. Cool. All right, let's try this again. This would be an order of magnitude better than a final rocket motor burn. If I can get it to work, Drew, yeah. But are you making that heli rocket? Kind of. Okay, put those up like that. Hit AG6. That'll lock those into position. All right, now we go up, but we go up slowly. Spinning is fine, whatever. It didn't engage the brake on the top rotor for some reason. All right, let's hit 6, undo this, shut off all the engines. Have these for pitch, yaw, and roll. All right, now let's increase the RPM. There it is. I'm not getting something right here. Why, if that thing was locked, why did it engage? Okay, we're gonna try another test here, okay? What I'm going to do, I need to see if these things can actually generate enough thrust to weight to get this thing to go up off the ground. We need to see if our TWR is higher. Just out of curiosity. So just for funsies, I'm going to add 2 liquid fuel tanks to the sides. You know, for fun, as a treat. And then we're going to shut these bad boys off. Shut out all the tanks. And let's see if we can get this thing to go up. It's possible, Archie, yeah. I don't... remember, we're not going to be ascending with an upper stage not attached. So, just keep that in mind. Alright, so the action group is enabled. Alright, so now... we hit that. Okay, they're locked. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Don't give me a second. Would this be easier to fly if you had a second throttle? Well, yeah. It's possible. Motor size and engagement. Let's just unlock these. Hey Streets, what's going on? Any simulation cost when returning to career mode? Or just hand wave it? Hand wave it. I just want to see if this works. Okay. Those are working. Now, we did take a little bit of a mass hit here because we did take a little bit of a mass hit here because we powered the engines, but that's okay. Let's get these things spinning up to maximum RPM. Oh, yeah, that probably has something to do with it. Change the deploy direction of those. Maximum. Oh, would you look at that? Mr. Krabs, it's doing it! But we seem to have differential RPM. Why is that? Our rotors aren't spinning in sync. Why? What's going on here? Auto rotation is without power, yes. So the differential movement here, the difference in RPM is why we're rotating around like crazy. We're probably going to crash, but that's okay. I need to look at how the cow controller is mapped. It's entirely symmetrical. So what's the problem here? Bottom set spoil the flow. Peter, Kerbal doesn't have fluid dynamic simulation, it shouldn't make a difference. And even if it did, they're contra-rotating, so should be okay. I'm not entirely sure why that's doing that. That's very peculiar. Well, Wolfie, the state, it should cancel it out, to be honest. It should cancel it. Is the plan to use the rotors to just to land? Yes, the plan is to use the rotors to land, yes. All right, so let's get the bottom engine and the top engine here doing its thing. All right, now let's get the blades here. That's the top set of blades, and that's the bottom set of blades here. Now, I have to go into my action group here and set up and down on both of these, set those to the same torque limit. Okay, so now we should move these in sync. Go. Yeah, they do, Tessa. See how these ones up here are generating 3 kilonewtons of lift? So but why is the RPM so much different on the other? Okay, all right. I got to go look at the blades. The blades aren't. I think one set of blades is tilted, and the other one is not. Let's go in here. This bad boy. Oh yeah, there's your problem right there. These things should both be straight up. All right, cool. That fixes that problem. Yeah, one of the blades was pitched down, so one of them was going to auto-rotate better. I'm amazed this thing actually took off. Would they be better off further up on the rocket? I have them around the center of mass, Peter, but putting them in the interstage is not a bad idea. Potentially. I might end up putting them there, because that makes sense spatially. Let's bring up the 2 turbo shafts. I'm going to put the turbo shafts, well, actually, it's better to put them right there. And then this right here, and this right here. All right, so we have our upper blades right here, lower blades right here. I'm not going to enable pitch yaw on this. I just want to see what happens. So we have cyclic control. That is working. Don't forget to deploy the deploy direction on the bottom. Yeah, let's increase RPM. Bring up the arrow menu.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Aesop. 3-month resubs. Limbo with a 61-monther. Thanks, man. Are you going to try to auto-rotate into the chopsticks? Hey, what's up, Sean? I just tuned in to see Tron defeat the FCP. Nice. No, I'm testing an auto-rotation unducted fan booster design for my career mode. See if I can land boosters without any propellant.
Go and throttle up.
Arzer, 2-month resub. Thank you. The blades are spinning the wrong way, by the way, fellas. I'm amazed. Once again, I am continuously amazed that this thing actually flew. All right, revert flight. Let's make some changes here. So that one needs to be set to counterclockwise, and that one needs to be set to counterclockwise because it's upside down. Save, and then let me get into an action group here. Up, down. Increase the torque limiter there. Yeah, torque limiter there. That's your step control. Adjust input response. That's fine.
Discovery, go and
Good,
throttle up.
good. All right, cool. All right, cool, man. Go. Hey, Shaw. 123-month resub. 1, 2, 3, 14. I'm all in. Godspeed, sir. Yeah, this isn't the first time this has been proposed, Sean. A Roton, which was a SSTO in the 90s, an SSTO concept from Rotary Rocket in the 90s, tried to do something like this. They wanted an SSTO. I wanted to land a first stage. We are not the same. Okay, now my blades are spinning in the proper direction here. All right, let's get this thing. Let's get it going so we reach maximum RPM. Our RPM limiter is 460. Oh, yeah. There we go. Dude, that's working just fine. Would you look at that? All right, now the real question is, can it auto-rotate? Now, the question on everybody's mind is, how does it work? Well, as you can see, it sucks, and it cuts. It's the Wonkavator. Look at how smooth that is, dude. We good? We're still going up. We need more altitude if we're gonna test that auto rotation though, dudes. And now the round booster gently descends into the square hole. Bring up engine control for testing purposes. Yeah, that wasn't great what I just did. I just accidentally slid the RPM. I slid the RPM limiter by accident. Don't worry about that. You don't need to worry about blade RPM. It should stabilize out here. Good. Okay. disable control here, and now we're going to start falling, right? But if we pitch the blades down, we can keep our blade RPM high. We're not falling very fast, dude. Blade RPM pretty much maxed out. I lost it. We tipped it too hard. Damn. Well, we saved all the non-expensive parts of the booster. The most expensive part is just in pieces on the runway over there. Okay, she started slowing down. Pretty good. Yeah, the engines acted as a crush core. Bigger blades. Those are the biggest ducted fan blades that I have. Hey, William, can we talk about exploding brake pads on red cars? No. I didn't watch the race. I don't really care, to be honest with you. Sorry, man. No, not necessarily, Sean. That's not really what I'm doing. This is used for landing. All right. Now that we know that we have plenty of fuel, let's give ourselves a little bit more altitude. Now these tanks, I'm going to set the priority even to the lowest. We'll set those tanks to -1 so it doesn't use them. Yeah, that's mostly what Formula 1 is now, Tessa, and that's the reason why I don't care. It has nothing to do with Ferrari losing every race. I just don't care. It's not interesting. They're not fun to watch. It's not worth it for me to get up in the morning. I don't even know what track they were at. I think it was Singapore. I don't know. Don't care. Can you make foldable blades? Sure. To have more conventional rotors instead of fans. Well, these have high pitching authority, dude. So here, let me show you. Watch. This just did. SpaceX announced a strategic partnership with big old fans. Yep. All right, so let's tilt all the blades up, enable the rotor brake, disable the throttle controller, or that. And they are locked, right? Even increasing the power doesn't do anything. Perfect. Okay, let's go. Ready? Let's go up for a little while. Let's get some altitude here. We don't need all that. We can keep those. No, we apparently can't. It's fine though. Our TWR is slowly going up above 1. When launching a vehicle in the direction of Earth's rotation, does it gain speed from that? Yes. Visualize. Yep. Peter, you gave up following F1 like 3 years ago, and I was a massive fan. I've been following F1, Peter, since my dad introduced me to it in 1996. I don't care. Troy Incorporated with the 4-viewer raid. Thank you very much. Where did F1 go wrong? In my opinion, hybrids. Hybrids, no refueling, not fun to watch. No strategy. The strategy is predictable. Everybody's strategy is predictable. That's my thing. Mercedes, during their era of dominance, was able to predict everybody else's strategy. They were using not neural nets, but basically predictable, like what would become AI, I suppose. Or a large language model to predict pit strategy. And they could predict the outcome of the race before it even happened. I'm just not interested. It's so predictable. You know who's gonna win. When it stopped being the pinnacle of motorsport tech. That's exactly it, dude. You ain't wrong. All right, so we're gonna shut all of the motors off. And now we're gonna unlock our rotor mechanism. That's fine. All right. So we don't have much atmosphere up here, but this is why I wanted to test it up here. What we're gonna do, I'll tell you the flight regime. We're gonna go down. Obviously, gravity's gonna pull us or force us back down. And if we can get our RPMs up to above 400, I'm gonna try to get the booster to stop. I'm gonna try to get it to hover without any power. We do have the power there in case we need it, and I will activate it if we need to, right? But the whole point is to try and get auto rotation to work. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pitch our blades downward here. We're still going up, so it's gonna take a second. Switch back to surface. Here we go. Now we're gonna start going down. Lower blades, upper blades, lower blades. We know the blades are in sync, so only one engine and one set of blades open should do us right. Now we need these puppies to start spinning. Where does it like it? Up here, it likes minus 31 degrees. Nothing? How do we have 0 RPM? All right, can we get those things to start spinning? Wow, we really got to dig deep. There we go. I got them to spin up. Jeepers creepers. All right, turn on the landing system. Nope, still not enough. Did I do something to this save? There's got to be a mod that's screwing with my collisions, guys. It's got to be something. That should have exploded. Like, there's no way that should not have popped. Nope. Nope, nothing. It's very weird. I don't know how we didn't pop. We hit the ground at 70 meters a second. We should have popped. Not really much in the way of controllability here, but... Take the win. Yeah, I know, right? You would maintain that momentum better. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm just a little peeved. I can't even get it. I can't even get it to hover. Like, we're not even close to slowing it down, which is really annoying. Yeah. What are we thinking here? How do we improve the design? Fellas, I really need to see... I need to understand the flight characteristics of this more to really get what's going on here. We're not really even close to getting the we're really not even close to getting these things to work. Yep. Is this gonna blow up? That one exploded. Yeah. Yeah, Prey, I'm not... It's not auto-rotating how it should be. Let's lower the fuel loads here. Like, those blades should be spooling, and they should be spooling like crazy, and they're not. Which leads me to believe that I'm doing something incorrect. And I did throw this together quickly, and yeah, seeing a bunch of weird things. The Bengals just signed Joe Flacco for a draft pick. I still think you got too much inertia relative to the lift you can get from the blades. Then why? Well, Shy, if that's the case, it shouldn't be able to hover, but it hovers. So, what do we like? That's what I'm not understanding here. All right, put those up. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maybe the cow controller is wrong? Why? 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 There we go. It's very subtle movements. I got it to work. Not like that. Yeah, we need to increase the control fidelity of the cow controller needs to be multiplied. The incremental movement is not good enough. So I'm gonna go here. Let's go like this and set. If we set the control fidelity here to like -20, and then set the positive control fidelity to 20, and then copy that over to the other blade, we can get finer control here with these blades. That should overcome our moment problems. Nader, you're probably right about the bigger blades, but I really, really, really am trying to avoid, making the rocket look like that. I'm really trying to avoid it. If we have to do that, we're gonna have to do it. What I'll probably end up doing, if that's the case, if we have to switch to that design, is do a set like that, and do a set like that, and then put them on hinges and have them fold. I think adding back the toroidal wing will help. Yeah, the toroidal wing was there to get it to fly in the atmosphere. But I think a higher fit... Well, Brad, the blades are supposed to be slowing us down. That's what auto rotation is, dude. We really don't need these. We shouldn't need them at all. I get that, but just as an aid. I mean, I have RCS up there to basically handle that problem. What about adding more blades to each rotor? That could do it. Yeah, that could definitely help. Right now they're set to 8 times symmetry. I could put 12 on each. Excuse me. No turbo that time. More blades would definitely do it. I mean, these things are going to end up looking ridiculous. You know, whatever. It's fine. All right, so that one has 12 blades up top. We got to make sure we bind them to the cow controllers, but thing's gonna end up looking like a freaking turbo fan when we're done. The cowl doesn't do anything, dude. That's the thing. It doesn't do anything. Will you try jet engines to unlock when you land? No. Nuclear, you finally got around to watching Talladega Nights. Also, what is this monstrosity? Don't worry about it. So this is with 12 blades on each rotor. Pigeon, what Aqualux said. Guys, folding blades does work. Blades on the end of a hinge is inviting the Kraken. That's why I'm really, really avoiding doing that. Yeah, it didn't like that. Something was wrong with the cow. They didn't, the blades weren't spinning in sync. All right, let's go back to hover test. Let's try to get this thing to hover. I love Talladega Nights. It's a great movie. We tried putting the 351 Cleveland in this rocket yet? Nah. There we go. Wow. It's pretty rad. Alright, just go up then. Alright, we're going up. Okay, now remove torque limit. Okay. That's not right. What? Why is it doing that? Why aren't they... They're not digging in at all. All right, let's change this. Let's change this back to the full 90-degree value. Minus 90. Smooth that out. 90. There we go. Add a little bit of a dead zone. Copy. Paste. 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 I don't think we're tipping them in fast enough. Yeah, Alien, that's really where I'm at, dude. That's a very strange thing going on here. Let me grab one of those so we can see the RPM on the blades. Yeah, we didn't have them pitched down enough. There we go. She's starting to slow down. We're trading our RPM once again, though. Power them up. They were slowing down, dudes. Yeah, it was definitely slowing down. Something, the control system doesn't feel right. Something is weird. Let's just gonna make sure that everything's copacetic here. Hold on. What's powering the rotors? There's 2 turbo shafts here. What's going on, Sips? Yeah, trying to auto-rotate this bad boy down. Take away power now. Okay, so
Discovery, go at throttle up.
surely we have negative pitch. Yeah, of course, dude. There we go. We're increasing blade RPM. Now just a minute to go. Slowly. Slowly. I ran out of RPM. There we go. There we go. Well, we did add mass, Nader, in the form of more blades. I can add more. Dude, it's gonna look like a damn turbofan. Like... That is a fine line. Yeah, no, it's not, not great. Here, I'll bring the arrow menu up so you guys can see. We could sync a cal controller. Yeah, Hellfish, we would just have to key it at the right time. Yeah. I understand what you mean, Nader. I understand. Okay. All right. Horses down. Oh, yeah. There it is.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Oh, they start to lose it right around 20 meters a second. Hey, Hip gifted 5 subs. Thank you. And Swamp Thing had an 11-month resub in there. Von Reich had a 30 in there, too. Thank you, guys. If you ascend and the upward pressure turns the blades and you store that potential energy in a rubber band, could you use that energy to slow on descent? There are ways to do that, Nick Paw, but that would piss the Kraken off. You just got to suicide burn the auto rotation. The problem is, submitted with this rotor configuration, I'm really having trouble getting below 20 meters a second. It's the RPM, guys. When we start losing the RPM, that's when we really have problems. Okay, let's try this again. Let's get the blade RPM up high. Okay. Oh, I did it too fast. Damn!
Discovery,
D-Pick!
go and throttle
60
up.
month resub. You finally got your worm. Good stuff, man. Okay, fellas, I'm gonna get crazy. You with me? All I'm saying is who's coming with me, man? Who's coming with me? All right. Yeah, that's for low RPM, Healthish. The problem is that when the booster is descending, we are descending at an insanely high rate of speed. Helicopter auto rotation really relies on the helicopter engine failing and you slowly starting to come down. So what we need to do is we need to cross range this thing. We need to get it to fly sideways. So we spend more time going sideways. If that makes any sense. We'll structurally take the torque. It'll be fine. But is the drag on the way up not too much? We're just testing out stuff right now. Wookie, it's 90-90 in both directions. There's a good reason for it. Because I need them to point straight up on the way up.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I think this blade count would be way too high. Guys, holy crap. This blade count would be much too high, and I think it's too much even in KSP. It's pretty nuts that we have the blade torque to even do what we're doing right now. Hey Storm, 60-month resub. 5 years sure does go by quickly. Yeah. Don't mind the blade stretching out. Don't mind that. That happens. All right. Shut him down. Pitching down, increasing our RPM. It likes right there. Okay, starting to pitch up. 50, 40, 30. We got her to just sit at 10. Now she's going to increase again. Yep. Part G limits is, I think, is what's going on here. Because that should have blown up. I don't know why it didn't. Unducted fan, Olmal. The UDF. Boeing 727 UDF. Triple impact damage multiplier. That's building damage. Ready. Okay. Unpower the blades again. Shut off SAS. Yep. So with this blade design, guys, yeah, I don't know if she's gonna do it. We might need. I've seen what I wanted to see. We'll need the bigger blades now. You got down to 10, yeah, but look, I'll show you what I mean. Let's go up. How about we go up? how much drag is this thing gonna make on the way up? If it's this many blades, it's gonna be the point. It's gonna be ridiculous. Watch. I'll show you what I mean. They actually don't make as much drag as you might think. Scratch that. Rotation mass, dude. Nader, that's not... The Kraken is gonna get pissed. Get our tachometer here. Okay, we have good RPM. Got to get it up around 400 if we really want to do this. Oh, hey! It worked. I got it to work. These blades, so the beauty of these blades is that they dig. Because of the high rotation, they can really dig into the air. And it really, you can really get your speed up. But, yeah, that definitely did it. I'm just worried about having that many freaking blades on the way up. That was the right idea, dudes. Can you overclock the turbine? What? Can you add hinges to the rotor so you can make the blades fold down? We could try. What if you had a building catch it with arms? Beckazilla. Yeah. Can you cover them in fairings? No. Pop the fairing on descent. Nah, I don't want to do that. All right, let's try revision 1. Let's go here. So get rid of those, get rid of those, get rid of those, get rid of those, get rid of those. Okay, cool. I'm gonna revise this design a little bit. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Keep the center of mass indicator, get rid of the fuel tanks, get rid of the fins. Now what we got to do is select this fairing right here. Turn on interstage nodes. Now give me those same turbines. Now what I'm going to do is just put a little poopy doopy nose cone on it. I'm going to do that just to make sure that they're being attached in the right spots. So let's use that pair. There we go. Get rid of that. All right, now shut off the fairing interstage nodes. And this time I'm going to put both of them straight up like this, but they're going to be clipped into each other like that. So we can fit them in the interstage. Because remember, there's a rocket engine right here. So this is going to have some wonky part clipping in it, but don't worry about it. We can move the tanks for the RCS and stuff. Let's just make sure we make these in the exact same way. So move this down into position. Right, we can get rid of the nose cone. We don't need those. All right, now set it to triple. All right, and now we need the G doubles. Oh, I hate doing this way. These things, there's no way they're gonna be able to withstand this. I mean, we could see what happens if we lock them. Here's the S-type helicopter blade. Give me a pizza with extra cheese, but hold the sauce. Hold the sauce. And hold the crust. Hold the crust. Jimmy, give me a pizza with nothing. Nothing? Okay, so now... And in order to stabilize this thing, we're going to need a contra rotator. So I won't set the spin just yet. So we need another set of G00s, 3x symmetry, Type S helicopter blade. We need to take these and set the variant. Now this one needs to be, we'll put that one right there. Set her right there. That'll work. Now, just for now, we move the avionics package and we can move the RCS balls up just for the test, just for testing. We'll get it to fit in a second. So now these need to move a meter down. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? And this needs to be 180 degrees. Go. That, no damp rate. Close it all the way down. And this one should be just above the other one. There's our contra-rotating mechanism. Yeah, that should be it. Hey, what's up, Lycan? Hey, EJ, sorry, car question. We had our radiator replaced and subsequently had to have the AC lines drained professionally. They got a big machine and sucked all the stuff out, etc. And we used one of those Walmart tanks you hook in to nipple to refill it, and now it goes ee when the AC kicks on. I think it just needs more as it broke. There's not enough pressure in the system. It needs pressure to spin the AC clutch. Like, you add more. No, we don't want authority limiter. We want our deploy angle. Guys, I'm not sure we're gonna be able to get these blades spinning. That's kind of what I'm worried about here. You didn't add oil to the system when you recharged it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you should put some oil in there, too. There's lubricating oil that you can get for air conditioners in the system. Yeah. Like in what Sawyer said. What this does. Kind of. Buffs a lot, yeah. Has this rocket ever been tried in real life? Brun, the rotary rocket Roton was an SSTO that used auto rotation to land. I'm trying to do something a little bit different. I'm trying to do it to reuse my first stage. That's so funny. See, this is art. Observe. Okay, hit 6. Set these to deploy. Shut off pitch, yaw, and roll for now. Actually, pitch and yaw should be fine. We should be able to do that. All right, that all seems to be working. I'm trying to make a booster that lands with auto rotation. This really didn't come out exactly how I wanted it, 95. I'm kind of annoyed by that, but that's why I hate folding blades. That's so fun. I love that. Love it. A piece of junk. Dude, even if we lock out those stupid things. It's these little things, they just don't. They're very puny. Maybe if we put an auto strut on these. Auto strut might hold them in place. They're not going to move. Okay. Yeah, I hate this way, and I'm about to say frick it, because that's all auto-strutted and it's still not working. Wild Black Inflatable Arm Flailing Tube Booster. Put a dummy stage on it. That's not going to solve the weeble wobbling around, Hellfish. It's not. It's not gonna do it. Locked. Locked. Yeah, okay. Maybe if we lock those, hold on. Hold on, that was on me. I don't think you have that helicopter blade part unlocked in career. We're just messing around. We're just messing right now. I just want to see if we can get something to work. No. No. Those blades have such high moment. It's never gonna fly. That thing will never fly like that. Ever. It's... Yeah. It's never gonna fly like that. Okay, let's just take all the fuel out of the tanks except for like down at the bottom. Let's give it that and let's just see if we can get the thing to take off. Another wild idea, scissor folding wing, landing gear, fins, anything like an airplane on the runway. I've done that before. Yeah, this is kind of a continuation of a design that I did back in the day with a toroidal wing. Nader. Why did it do that? I don't understand. Sorry, Owens. Why did they register occlusion? I don't understand. How could they spin and then not spin? What the hell's that about? How could they spin and not spin? That they were spinning, they were working, and then it just decided arbitrarily that we were occluded? Booster design gets stupider and stupider by the second. Is he using one of your old style bearings? No, Owens, it's not. It's using rotors in game. They added turbo shafts to the game a little while back, dude. Sorry, it's been a while. Don't worry about it, dude. It's all good. Okay. Rotor brakes off. Why did the game just suddenly decide that they were occluded arbitrarily? That's cool, goalie. Right on. Nah, visualize. I don't want to do something like that. That's not really the goal from this project. We're gotta be careful not to scope creep it. They are perma-occluded. They just ran out of stored air. All right. Let's just get them out of my fairings then. To save ourselves some time, I'm just going to unlock them. And I'm just going to move these into position. Top one needs to spin counterclockwise. They're in my inner stage fairing, Master Spicy. That makes sense. There it goes. Imagine the noise this thing would make. We have no power. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. That's pretty good. Oh, that was very good, man. That was easy. That was super easy. The hinges seem to be okay. Yeah. Do the blades fold down? Yes. We need to put a stop of like a manual Kraken text stop in here to get the blades to stop into the correct position. So they're in the same spot every time, so the vehicle flies the same way every time. Okay, lock that out, lock that out. Lock that out. Those are set to grandparent part. Go into the cheat menu. Let's go into cheats, infinite prop. Activate the motors. Now we go up. That's a problem. Blades aren't going to work that high up in the air, dude. Or that high up on a vehicle. Perhaps small docking ports for the blades. It's not that. It's like having fins up on the vehicle. These things are... It's just the way these are coded, man. Is it possible to move them to an occluded location? No. But I have another idea. Ain't nothing wrong with having them down here. And have them fold up. Should work. That one can stay the same. We're gonna have to adjust the way these things spin, but that shouldn't be doing that, but is this still the idea from last week? Yes. Okay, that should do it. That should do it. This is gonna be one goofy looking thing, man. Now we can, up here, we can go back to putting everything where it was. Okay, so we have our transformer controller, and then we have our collective controller. All right, so we still, let's go over here, shut off infinite prop. Would pop-out fins help stabilize? I don't like adding fins to stabilize something that we can't get to stabilize. That's already a stabilizer. That's diminishing returns, dude. This is what, guys, this is the reason why I went with small blades in the first place. But small blades, we might need to find a happy medium here, which is a little bit annoying. Gonna make the rocket look very goofy, but it is what it is. Okay, ready? We'll get off the ground eventually. I shut off. I have it on a disable for 6 of the engines. Alright. I don't want to waste your time, so I'll just restart it. You're doing the rotor stuff again? Kind of devious, but it's a little bit different than before. All right, let's go up. Oh, that's... Oh my gracious. Our thrust is 1,000 or 1 meganewton of thrust and 350 kilonewtons of drag. Holy crap, that sucks, man. It is stable though. Does red lines mean speed boost? Oh, yeah. From the hinges or the blades? Blades. Okay. We will start the transformation. I said we will start transformation. Okay. Shut down all the engines. Manual shut down that one. And then enable collective control. Collective control is enabled. Could a sneaky little arrow skirt help with that? Not really. All right, so let's go in here. That is unlocked. Rotor brake is off. Let's keep that up to check our RPMs. Because I have a feeling that these blades can't pitch into the wind, and that could be a problem. Switch to surface view. All right, here we go. Coming back down. All right, Sun Temple. Why no cloud mods? Because I'm more interested in making this than getting a mod to make the game look nice. Maybe we give him a little bit of a... Oh. Those blades aren't digging in. They're not digging in enough, guys. I actually have to slow down. There we go. Come on. Come on, get that RPM up. 45 and increasing. Not fast enough. Engage it. Yeah, that's bad. Okay. Okay. All right. Something went very wrong with the rotor controls there. We weren't really getting good enough control authority. That was the right idea, though. And that's why I like using that's why I like the deducted fan blades, guys. That's why I like that. Because, sorry. That's why I like that, because they have 90-degree angle attack. You can really make them dig in, because the booster comes in quick, guys. That's the problem. She comes in fast. BF6 for After Hours. It's coming out at 11 a.m. Friday this week. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, Baron. I don't know. Hey, Midge. I mean till Friday. And I mean I don't know what I'm going to be doing in the next hour. I am a total freaking mess, dude. Just, I don't know. I'm not promising anything because I just want to focus on the task at hand. Let me cook, man. Are you okay? I'm fine. I just want to bury myself in KSP right now, okay? How's it going with the reusability concept? It's going all right. So the relative wing area on the helicopter blades, the relative wing area is 1.6. And on the R25 ducted blade, it's 0.1. So we need 1.6 divided by 0.1. 16 of those small guys per one blade. And now we have 6 of them. Balls. It can't be that simple. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You boys cooking.
Discovery,
Give me a
go and
second.
throttle up.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. It can't be that simple. Because these blades didn't start spinning. They didn't want to spin. The reason why they didn't want to spin is because they can't cut into the air fast enough. So what do? You get something that does cut into the air fast enough. And that can at least get them started. Is this for the career game? Yes. Yes, it is. Huh. Okay. Well, first thing we should do is what I want to do is a rotor checkout. I want to make sure that everything is spinning in the right way so we get a good test. Funny man, this is for career, dude. I think we can do it. Yeah. I mean, propulsive landing still is the best way to do this, I think. Just on a side note, but this one is still cool. Okay. Unlock.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Those aren't set on the right axis. Alright, let's just make sure we can get everything to spin. Hey Marco, 31-month resub. Thank you. So we need to switch the top one. The top one needs to switch to counterclockwise. Okay, cool. Jojo would explain why rotors on the bottom instead of the top, like the fins. Because the Kerbal thinks the rotors are fins. That's the big problem that I'm dealing with, man. Okay, so that's done. Now the collective controller. We need to add this. Deploy angle. Hey Raymond, £5 super chat. Much love to you, dude. Sorry life's been so rough lately. Hey, it's all right. It's better here with you guys. Thanks, man. I appreciate the words in the tip. Thank you. It's just been a big pain in the butt, man. But it's just adulting, dude. Once again, I don't tell you guys to garner some kind of sob story. I tell you guys because I believe in being honest. You do pay my salary, so it kind of behooves me to not lie to you. You know? I try not to make this like a big sob story. I tell you the truth and I tell you what I did wrong and I usually take the blame for it because it is usually my fault. So, it's all good. What happened? Don't worry about it. Fine. Those smaller blades aren't going to slow us down. The big blades should overpower them, but it should be enough to get this thing to work. Actually, you know what we need for this? Osprey blades. We need V22 blades for this. Now that I'm really looking at it, we need Osprey blades. V22 blades do this. They're very twisted right at the front, and then it's like half propeller blade, half helicopter blade because V22. When will you launch it and try to land it? Let's make sure the damn thing works, huh? There's a bunch of new songs on the set list. It constantly gets updated, guys. That's the cool part about this. We can just keep adding music. Not a big deal. All right. That should be good. Rocket Lab never reused the first stage, Mitch, no. Why don't you just land it with the engines? You're adding so much weight. Because there's no way that these rotor blades actually are as much quote-unquote weight as adding more fuel. Fuel is very dense in KSP. Rotor blades are not. Yeah, well, it's good to test it any, I suppose. I'm just gonna restart. I don't want to waste your time. Am I going to the launch? No. Yeah, you gotta lock these out. I don't know why they weren't. They all of a sudden became unlocked. What did you think against the game against the Bills? I was surprised, Dicep. If the Patriots keep playing like that, we're gonna win a lot of games. We don't have the hardest schedule around, but yeah, keep playing like that. It'll be good. I was not expecting that, to be honest with you. They played great, and I'm very happy. That was like the old Patriots, dude. But the thing to take into account is that the Bills made a lot of mistakes. You be dang sure when we play them the next time they ain't gonna have three turnovers. Josh Allen ain't gonna do that. So if the Patriots keep playing like that, Zizep, that's going to be great, but we can't rely on 3 turnovers every game to win. Simultaneously, I don't think the Bills fans have anything to hang their head about. They had 3 turnovers, and they still almost won. So I don't think the Bills have anything to worry about. I don't want this going to our heads as Patriots fans, because it can be very easy to get lured into a false sense of security here. The Bills turned the ball over 3 times. If they don't turn the ball over 3 times, we get our tail handed to us. So let's not be like, oh, that's awesome, it's Tom Brady again. No, don't do that. You'll get humbled real quick. That American football is a way of doing that to you. Counterpoint, the Pats forced 3 turnovers. I mean, Gary, I like what I see. Patriots played very, very well, but the Bills ain't going to do that all the time. And neither is any good team. It's not just about playing the Bills. For instance, we have a very easy schedule this year. We're not playing like Kansas City or anything, right? So we're going to win a lot of games, and then we're going to get lured into a false sense of security. And then by week 17, if we do make it into the playoffs, you be damn sure if we play the Bills, Ravens, whomever, they ain't gonna turn the ball over 3 times, and we will get spanked. So I'm really happy the Patriots did good, but let's wait and see. They did great, but you can't expect Josh Allen to make that many mistakes. He's not going to make that many mistakes again. Drake May did look great, though. He looked amazing. Him and Stephon Diggs were picking on the Bills. As a Brit, explain this in terms of launch providers. Okay. So, Raymond, the way that game went down, the Patriots made putting 25 metric tons into low Earth orbit look really, really easy. Okay? But that's because the customer lied and said it was 25 tons and it was actually 12 tons. Okay? So what I'm saying is the next time we go to move 25 tons into low Earth orbit and it actually is 25 tons, well, that's when we'll be put to the test. You can't rely on the other team making too many mistakes to win a game. Now, I'd say that a lot of those errors are on Josh Allen. If the defense forced... Now, I switch back to football. If the defense forced those errors, then yeah, good on them, but you can be damn sure that people aren't going to fall for that stuff, especially later in the season. What engines do you use? This has Reliant engines on it. Patriots were a launch vehicle. What launch vehicle would they be? I have no idea, dude. I'm not an AI. Leave me alone. I'm a synth. Different, okay?
Discovery, go at throttle.
No, we're at tier 2, 31-month resub. The big 3-1. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna stay in surface mode. Okay. Unlock. Okay. We got locks on all good hinges. All right. Now, the rotors are unlocked. Torque limiter is set to 0. Let's make sure. Just pulse this thing real quick. Top one needs to be set to counterclockwise. There we go. Cool. All right. Hit the rotor brake. Let's see if these smaller blades can dig in enough to get these things moving. There we go. Yep. Smaller blades are digging in. Dig in. Come on. Smaller blades are basically there to get the bigger blades moving because the bigger blades can't dig into the air as quick. I'm trying to get this thing to pinwheel as it comes down. And we're trying to get our RPMs up here. There we go. RPM is increasing. There we go. Dig in, baby. It's so dumb. I love it. That's the sweet spot right there. Dude, the stupid things generate so much drag. We're already slowing down. And then just... Nope, we weren't spinning fast enough. Damn! I'm still confused. What is this, a space chopper? It's an auto-rotate landing first stage. Yo, Life 5. Yeah, I did a very technical explanation at the beginning of the stream. If you guys want to punch back over there and check it out. Long story short, the booster's falling down. You deploy the blades, and you have the blades pitch into the wind, so they start spinning, and they start spinning really, really fast. And then using the high RPM, right when you get towards the ground, you have the blades pitch up, and they basically turn into a giant speed brake, and the thing should stop you. It should stop it from crashing. Offset the kickstart mini blades. I don't think we need to, Iger. I think I modulated the pitch too much. Everything worked fine there. Hey, Mats, what's going on, buddy? Zachary, I know you had a rough weekend, but know that I enjoy your streams and very much thankful for the entertainment and teaching that you do. Not a problem, dude. Thank you very much for the kind words. I appreciate it. Now let's try this again. we need to get this thing real high up in the air. EJ put moving canards on a launch vehicle. EJ, how is this canards? How did you get canards from this pace? Are you just trying to make a cheap joke? At my expense? Huh? Huh? It's an auto rotator. They're minerals, Marie, okay? They're minerals. Make a custom part? No, no custom parts. We don't need custom parts for this. Okay, so 0, 5. Born to kill with a peace sign. What is that? Some kind of sick joke? Thank you for getting the reference. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Make sure we set that to counterclockwise so it's working correctly. Activate collective controls. All right. That is working correctly. Set that to surface. Re-engage the locks. Locks are re-engaged. All right. So it really liked down here. The whole objective at this point in time is to get the RPM up on this without engaging the torque limiter. We need to get the RPMs high by just going down. Maybe it needs a starter. Could give it a little kick in the butt if you want. There we go. There we go. RPM is at 10. $16, 17. We're 30,000 feet and descending. Is he trying to auto-rotate down? That is what he's trying to do. I can just spin it freaking fast. You know what? Screw it. Give me this damn thing. Yay! Oh, now it works. Oh, now you want to work. That's good. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, you removed the heavy part. Now it's fine. Yeah, I know. All right. So this time I'm going to manually slide these things. I'll manually control them. I'm going to need another PAL to do that. This is the small blade collective. .4 set to 0. 0.6 set to 0. Next curve. Curve, copy that, paste that over here. Good. Save. What if you weld the rotor and spin the whole rocket? There is another thing I was thinking about, dudes. Using the helicopter, the Type S blades as the scissors. Nader Hunter in chat suggested using scissor wings a little while ago in this stream, and I was like, nah, I don't want to. But that's actually not the dumbest idea. Yeah, the blades would make great scissor wings, Nader. They would make really good scissor wings, actually. Yeah, kind of like Energia. Yeah, exactly. Why have them low down on ascent? Kerbal doesn't like them up there. Kerbal Aerodynamics doesn't like them up there, so I put them on the center of mass, which should not affect handling characteristics too much. To get rotor blades to work in this game, the developers over-exaggerated the characteristics of these blades. They're very, very, very temperamental. You got to be careful. Could you put separator motors on the blade tips to get them spinning fast? Yeah, but that's more mass on the vehicle, Gil. Yeah. That reminds me of that German plane that did that. What is it, the Kanonenvogel or whatever? Treibflügel or whatever. I mean, Gil, I already have these things on rotors that utilize liquid fuel anyway, so I'm inclined to use that. Treibflügel. Yeah, that's it. Okay, we've dumped a remaining oxidizer. Antares is like, was? There was a German interceptor. Antares. Here. I'll show you. It was a very interesting idea here. Look. The Treibflügel. They never made it. But it's a helicopter with jet engines on the end. Well, rocket, technically. But, yeah. And the whole damn thing was a propeller. It's actually not too far off from what I'm trying to do here, but it was a VTOL. Yeah, tail-sitter interceptor. Yeah, read about that thing. It's Treibflügeljäger. Triple flight fighter. Thrust wing. Oh, thrust wing. Yeah, Treibflügel. Yeah, okay, I get it. Got it. So they get fuel to the rotors through the wings. Okay, so unlock, deploy, shut down all engines. Lock them out. Hit 6. Enable the collective. Wouldn't be the stupidest thing you tried. Okay, let's bring up the tack here. Surface. Didn't France build one? No. So I'm modulating the smaller blade controllers to try and get our RPM up. There we go. There we go. Come on, baby. You need to get higher than that. 50 RPMs. $60. 64. $2,000 off the deck. 80. 100. 105. Yes! No! 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 Fall! Keep falling! No! Stop it! Stop it! That's enough! We hit the threshold! Oh, yeah! Oh! Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Oh, that's nice. It did it! Oh, yeah, dude! It freaking worked! Wow! That was wild! Whoa! Dude, I really got those things spinning. They went up past 200 RPM. Dude, we don't need blades that big. We definitely don't need blades that big, but damn, dude, it worked. I gotta see it again. I gotta see it again. I got the smaller blades to start digging in for us. Whoa. Would it help with stability to mount the blades further up? Yes on the way down, no on the way up, Robolai. That's why they're mounted low. We can fix that by this. Some control fins up here should be able to help us. Just shut them out for the way up. Fellas, I don't think we need big blades like that, to be honest with you. All right, let's just go straight up this time. I kind of grav turned it on purpose just to see. Dude, it did it. That's what I was trying to get it to do. How do you iterate on it? I need to get more descent profiles, J-Speed figured out. Can your new career mode afford this design? No. No, that's the other thing. It cannot. Just gonna go straight up this time. Good enough. Okay. $16, $17, $18, $20 RPM. Come on. 30 RPM. $40. You gotta be so slow with this. 50. $60. $70. I forgot to lock the blades. And we're all gonna die. Unless I turn the engines on. I forgot to lock the blades back in. They freaked out. But we were getting it. We got up over 100 RPM. Dude, you gotta, like, we gotta time this thing. It has to go, like, at the last second. Once again, fellas, I don't think we need those blades. I don't think we need the S-type blades. I want to get this design working, though, J-Speed, before we proceed to the next one. Just... The Roton's blades were powered, though, Raymond. That's the problem. Yeah, exactly, Gil. This is my engineering mode save. This is not an episode of the career mode save. I'm just testing things. Yeah, the blades pull even when they're in the upright position. Putting them up here and having them fold down is having that much. It'll destabilize it, guys. It's no good. Unless we put fins on it. But I don't know if the fins are enough aerodynamics to aerodynamic force to overcome that. What in the sushi slicer is this? Don't worry about it. It was my idea that I had on Friday. Auto rotation powered suicide burn is a cool concept, right? It is, dude. How high is this going? Go a little bit higher. Gives us more time to figure it out. I sound like an idiot, but she seems pretty top heavy when she's going down. How? Rocket engines are down the bottom, Fluffy. It's the weird arrow from these. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about Omar. No, with us no more. What happened to Omar? Don't worry about Omar. Alright, that's good enough. Let's dump it. Dump the fuel and oxidizer. I'm confident that this will work. No fuel, no oxidizer. Done. Okay. 0, 5. To deploy the mechanism. Mechanism deployed. Locking fins in attack position. Okay. Shut those out. 6. Enable our collective control. Toggle rotor brakes. Make sure everything is good here. Pin that window so we see our RPM. And send that way. There we go. Adjusting the play position right now is definitely helping. Enable pitch and yaw for our control surfaces. We can, you know what? Enable 1.8 RPM. Three, 4 RPM. Oh, dude, we are slowing down like crazy. Come on, baby. Okay. I'm just leaving that right there. It really seems to like it. Come on. One of the blades didn't lock. Oh my goodness, look at this thing. Dude, 330. Let's hope that that blade not locking isn't going to screw us, because... Can we stop? Oh, you bet your butt we can stop. Ah, yeah! Awesome! That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. We blew up, I think we blew up a blade. Because it didn't lock. Yeah, we didn't get lockout on all the blades. Holy crap! That's what I'm talking about! Bing! That's awesome! Dude, that actually works. Wow! It feels so wrong without audio. Dude, it's meant. It freaking works. But that's what I mean. You see, like, I was able to go up and down multiple times. We don't need that big of blades, guys. These blades are way too big. We don't need blades like this. This versus suicide burns. Yep, that's right. Dude. It's not powered by the motor, but by the small blades? No, it's powered by the booster falling. The booster's falling out of the sky. The booster's falling out of the sky, and all the blades are pitched downward. It's just that these blades can pitch down even more. So those blades kind of get it started, right? And then once it starts spinning fast enough, the big blades take over. No power to the rotors. The booster falling. We're swapping the booster's falling kinetic energy with rotation, with RPM. And then you can use, once you have all that RPM harvested and it's all built up, that spinning is potential. Well, it's not potential energy, right? But once you land, you pitch all the blades up at the last second and the thing lands. Easy peasy. Yeah, Roton. It's not my idea, guys. It's Roton. But Roton wanted to do it with an SSTO. I want to do it with a first stage. I want to see it again. Is that bad? Let's lower the fuel load this time, though. We did not need that much fuel. And guys, in Kerbal, in real life, this would be a little bit of a complicated mechanism. But in KSP, no, not that big of a deal. In KSP, it's not that bad. It is an auto gyro, Dark Knight. Well, not an auto gyro. It's an auto rotation. It's a little bit different than auto gyring. You can auto gyro things in KSP, though. We've done that. So hear me out. Do it with an SSTO, but it's cooler with a first stage. I mean, we could adapt this technology for a second stage. It would look very strange, but we could do it. I'm not sure how these propeller blades would fare during re-entry, but... Last, please. Football. Hi. Before the ball is snapped, the quarterback says a bunch of nonsense. Explain, please. He's usually calling out the defense, and it's coded speak to when to snap the ball. Or he calls an audible. There's a bunch of things that you can do. Do this with the return capsule instead of parachutes? I mean, Fibby, we could. Nothing saying we couldn't. Once again, guys, this isn't my idea. My idea is taking it and adapting it to a first stage. Alright? Like, that's my idea. This has been thought of. A company named Rotary Rockets came up with something called the Roton in the 90s. That thing has a helicopter blade pop out of the top and it spins down. It's actually a helicopter. You can control it like a helicopter. There's footage of it floating around up there somewhere. Or flying around. We showed it a little bit earlier, but... yeah. Wow, that's not good. Yeah, it's fine. Why do we have extra liquid fuel? Yeah. Whatever, it don't matter. We flipped over because I was talking about Roton. That wouldn't have been able to spin in time. Hey, Cosmo Quest, thanks for the raid. Oh, there's our liquid fuel deficit. Thank you. So, fellas, I don't think we need this big a blade. In fact, I'm very, very tempted to go back to my original design. Great looking space lightsaber. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's got, it's billet. Okay. I have that design saved for R1. Get rid of these. Get rid of the little foldy blades. That's too complicated. I don't like it. Get rid of the transformer controller. Take our singular collective controller.
Discovery,
move that over
go
there.
throttle up.
Now I want to try something a little stupid. But it's me, so don't freak out. Alright. Those blades are bound to our collective controls. The propeller blade, not the ducted fan. The propeller blade has 0.12. It's a little bit more than that. But the S blades are like 1.6, man. That's a great wing, dude. Or that's a great blade. Thinking. So you know what, dudes? I need to see revision 1 fly one more time, if that's okay. I need to see that thing go. Can't you just put parachutes on it? I could, but in reality, in real life, parachutes don't... You couldn't parachute. I mean, this thing is 45 tons. You're not parachuting 45 tons down in real life. That's why I don't like using them. Really, really like against those. Yeah, I need to. I want to get like a perfectly successful landing. See, what I'm thinking is going back to my original ducted fan design, dudes. Going back to the duct fan design, and that might get us where we want. Let's see. How's the booster going? It's going. Too fast. That's good enough. Check the blades. Don't do this. Come on, lock out. These things are going to spin too fast and they're going to break. Like that. Stupid blades aren't locking out. Dinner. Yeah, that's nice. I'm into this right now. Give me 1 second. I'll be back later. For dinner, babe. I'll be down in a second. Need to get this thing higher up in the air, dudes. We got to get it to fall. Like, it really needs to pick up speed like it's coming back from a boost back burn. That's the real big one. Hey, you said 49-month resub. Thank you. Well, we're not deorbiting it from space. Hey, Milo. $50 is good enough. Dump all remaining propellants. Okay. Vehicle has been saved. Unlock. Deploy. Transformer controller is active. Small blade collective controller is good. Alright, let's check. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, we're good. I must have this set to toggle lock. Anyway. Okay. Ever play a game like Factorio? Yeah. Okay, surface mode active. Control surfaces are online. Bring up the tack. We are starting to get rotation. Why not unlock with a key? I do, Jess, but it's a toggle key, so it was locking and unlocking some of them. That's awesome. Dude, it looks so strange.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
$70 RPM. Hey, Yarg. What in the helo is this? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, 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 no. Don't you dare. You just stay there. That's so good. It works. It works. I finally invented something that works. Okay. Go up here. Transformer controller. Reverse it. Play. Sorry, I had to play the cool noise. There you go. Ready for another flight. That's pretty awesome, man. It works. You could, dude, you could fly this again. You get another upper stage attached to it. It'll fly. I think we could simplify the mechanism, though. I really do. I think we could very much simplify this mechanism. I don't think we need that big of blades, dudes. That's overkill. Those were, so I had Cosmo. I had the rotor, the turbo shafts engaged the entire time. It was entirely done by itself. Well, that's actually kind of cool that you can get away with that. Isn't this just Roton? Oh, yeah, no, it's just Roton. I guess I'll just go get Frick then. Yeah, it's just Roton. Frick it, yeah, frick everything that I'm doing. It's just, oh, isn't this just Roton? No, it's not. Roton is an SSTO. This is a first stage. It's RoTJ. No, this is Patrick. The idea is borrowed from it, but I have another. We're gonna go. I have another idea. I have another idea. Don't say yikes. Yikes. You bet. Concur. Yeah, you could say that. That's fine. I didn't mean it like that, man. I know. I'm just messing with you, dude. Yeah. Yeah. It's the same idea as Roton. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So, with that all being said, we just really need to get these things sped up a lot faster. How do we do that? Now that I have a little bit of a better understanding with this, I want to try this with these, okay? I just want to see what it does. An electric motor just to get it going. Yeah. Can you put a fairing around it like a turbofan? If I did, Glenn, it would just be for show. This game doesn't understand ducting like that. But I do have another idea up my sleeve. Don't worry. How many ideas could you possibly fit in there? Well, at least 3. They're small ideas. They're small. Yeah, we're iterating. So the ideas are smaller. The origin point of the part is outside the shell. It won't include it. Yeah. Oh. All right, let's get the RPM indicator up. Oh, dude. Those things are spinning something fierce. God, I'm spinning it over 400 RPM. So once again, the rotor isn't powered. The booster's falling and my rotors are pinwheeling. Shoot. Why does my Kerbal do that? That should have blown up. I don't know why it didn't. What's the reason we're back on the smaller rotors? The big rotors were too much? That wasn't part of the demonstration. Instead of propellers, try heat shields, higher lift. Why would I? No, the whole point is to auto-rotate it, dude. We need to build up all the RPM, and then at the last second, instead of a hover slam, you change the collective. I can't use heat shields to do that. Or, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Bit odd it lost all the thrust right before the ground. It's because this rate is too gradual. I'm gonna set it to 20. No. So we had 6 blades with a relative wing area of 1.6. What's the total wing surface area there? So we had 6 times 1.6, more or less. 9.6 total relative wing area. Now, let's take a look at the different blades here. That blade, the type B blade, is 0.4. So we divide that by 0.4, we would need 24 of them, 12 on each. But we know that that's too much. The big blades are too much. So here's what we're gonna do. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Up top here, now the problem is that these helicopter blades don't deflect. They don't deflect high enough to be able to cut in. Well, those might. Type S propellers have full deflection. So the Type S propeller is relative wing area of 0.12. It's not that much more than that. 9.6 divided by 0.12. Yeah, those big helicopter blades are big. That's on using KRPC to do a hover slam. Well, I have to give it some kind of value to understand if I wanted it. I mean, yeah. I have to give it some kind of values. I mean, yeah, metric. 9.6 was too much, but I'm not sure how much of too much it was. You know what? Let's just get a data point here, right? 9.6 divided by 2, 4.8. Let's try that, just for the hell of it. Now, the helicopter blade type B, that's not gonna work. We need to stick to propellers because of the deflection, or we need to do that hybrid system, and I don't particularly like that, doing that way. So 4.8 divided by 0.12 gives us 40 of those blades. $16 is 32. It'd be easier to do 20. Why don't you install anti-gravity device? Because I'm not trying to make an anti-gravity device, dude. If I was trying to make an anti-gravity device, I would just make an anti-gravity device. That's not what I'm trying to do here. That makes sense. Yeah. All right, good. No, I'm trying to achieve a purpose. Anti-gravity is not what I'm trying to achieve right now. We've done that before. I've made anti-gravity devices before. All right. So let's try doing this way. Collective control. So I'm starting to suspect that there might be something weird with my control scheme too. So I'm going to plus in a point at 2.4, set that to 0. Now I'm going to plus in another point at 2.6, set that one to 0. Then, pitching up too high was giving us problems. So let's set that to 45, okay? That'll make it so that this change over here isn't as gradual on the ups, because what was happening with the other design is that we were pitching the blades up too much. We need to have a lot finer control in here to be able to modulate the RPMs correctly. So let's just paste that over all 4 groups of 6. And they have way more downward deflection than they do upward deflection. Just put Bluefus's clutch fan on there. Keep a 460 cool, it should be able to do the job. Yeah. Yeah, you ain't kidding, pal. I'd have to... Ernock might be pissed, though, if I do that. Probably shouldn't. And if these smaller blades do work out, guys, we might be able to move back to the upper rotor design. Maybe. Jeb willing. If not, I have another thing that I know will work. Okay, let's try it with these slightly bigger blades. Let's see what it does. How many crazy ideas do you think we could take in one night? I was assuming you guys just wanted all of them. Okay, a couple more tests with this, and then I think it's time for some space news, dudes. There really hasn't been much space news lately. But we are looking at a Starship flight on the 13th, which should be a good time. Just having a lot of fun playing KSP right now. Okay. That's a lot more stable than the other design, jeez. Spoke too soon. This rotation rate is not good for testing. What's the max Q for this thing on the way down? I don't know. Untested. There we go. Man, those things are really going. Come on. Huh. Deploy the rat. That's exactly what we're doing, Jermaine. We didn't get any more above 20. It didn't really work how I wanted it to, dudes. That was the right idea, though. Are there any benefits to moving the blades further up the stage? In real life, yeah, probably. In Kerbal, no. No, I didn't have good luck with that before. How does this work? It auto-rotates to gain RPM. The helicopter blades aren't really powered, per se. They're not powered. So, because they're not powered, on the way down, us falling gets them to pinwheel, and it gets them to spin really, 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 really fast. And yeah, it gets them to spin fast, and them spinning fast, basically, we trade our falling motion with blade RPM, and then that we could just basically land. I know this might be a year late, but what are your thoughts on the Coyotes beating the Utah Mammoth? I don't know what that means, Maddie. Sorry. I don't know those sporting teams. Hockey. It's the NHL. Oh, I don't know. I mean, is that good? I have no idea, dude. Again, I'm wondering about the placement of the blade. You're wondering about the placement of the blades. Okay. They're on the center of mass, guys. That's my COM indicator, dry COM indicator on the booster. They're right on the center of mass. This thing should be really nice and stable. If we put them a little bit higher, it might be a little bit of a better idea. But guys, the last time I put the blades up top, the thing spun out of control. It wouldn't have even been stable with an upper stage on top of it. Stop doing that. There we go. We got the RPMs. I don't think we're going to make it back to KSC with this design, but hey, whatever. So once again, the blades aren't powered. Me falling is what's pushing them.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They won't get above that. That should not have survived. I'm really concerned that stuff is surviving after it hits the water like that. It shouldn't be doing that. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I changed. So that's not enough. Stupid question, but are those blades being used because Kerbal can't simulate the things that the SpaceX rocket uses to keep itself stable during descent? Like, is it a replacement for stabilization that can't be recreated in game? No. No, I'm trying a different way. You wanted something that lands propulsively like Falcon 9. Check this rocket out. Pretty good. Pretty good design.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Technically, the cigarette rocket lands propulsively. Yeah. Can you fly it? Yeah, sure, why not? Okie dokie. So this is MLV. This was an older design. It's pretty damn good though for what it is. I never really ended up using it, guys. I was designing this thing for mission mode. I don't know if that's gonna work. Might not. The separation mechanism on my launch stool might not work. It is orange, yeah. EJ, nice legs. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, pal. Trust me, dude. This thing's pretty rad. Dude, we make all kinds of cool stuff here. I made all kinds. You can do all kinds of things with shrimp. You can make shrimp gumbo, make shrimp cocktail, do all kinds of cool things with shrimp. So, you might get another loud noise because Kerbal likes to overdrive sound. Just bear with me here. Ready? So, let me... That was, in fact, loud. Hit 1 to enable systems. And then have that thing pull.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hope that was the right direction. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it wasn't. Roll program. Roger, roll. Hey, Wildland, 108-month resub. Thank you. What the hell's that about? Dumb question, why roll? In case you need to get to different orbits, dude. Not every orbit's gonna go this way. Not every orbit's gonna go that way. Not every orbit's gonna go that way. Much easier to make the vehicle roll when it's in the air, something that it already needs control authority over, rather than to try to just rotate it every time. Now, that being said, it's KSP. Just rotate it in the direction you want. But you want to be realistic to how the real stuff flies. It's very rare that a launch pad turns to an azimuth for like an orbital class vehicle. Can an angle in every direction anyway? Yeah, of course it can. Make a turntable for the launch pad. And it worked for the Russians. I didn't fly the right trajectory, fellas, by the way. This probably isn't going to end well. Okay. Good stage separation. Upper stage ignition. Cool, that's fine. Just pretend that's flying up into space, okay? I think I set the staging wrong on the upper stage. I think we deployed the payload inside of the payload bearing, but... Yeah, we don't need that. You don't need to work on the page. We're on a slight overshoot over KSC, but we can correct. Make sure we got 3 good mains. Yeah, we do. All right, cool. Coming in hot. I swear I'm usually better at this. Whatever. Set it to ground altimeter. Jesus, man. Get a grip. Landing legs deploy. I'm a little rusty, dude. You can usually land it a lot faster and a lot better than that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Matoro. Hey, KSD was the other way. Yeah, I know. I want another shot. Should fly it again. Should fly that again. Check the staging this time so you know the upper stage doesn't explode. Not a bad landing though, all told. Done this enough, dude. If I can't get the landing right, we got a big problem. With that all being said, what is the... Okay, that needs to be... We need to set that to -90 before we send it. Okay. And then payload fairing needs to go before the decoupler. All right, excellent. When is there foliage in KSP? That's the scatterer mod, dude. Scatterer mod. Yeah, the scatterer mod puts trees and stuff down. It's pretty good, dude. Pretty cool. There's trees and seaweed and plant life. And it makes like the moon and stuff look really, really good. In the old days, you could land 2 of them at the same time. Okay, loud noises. Yeah, just blow it up, whatever. Running it down so it's easier to talk over. Woke up this morning, got some gap. Nice kid. Where's Christopher? We need Christopher to come launch the rocket. Where the heck is the Christopher? Maybe he might be over at the big.
This is space. I'm in space.
Why no Q-tip bearing? I didn't design this one with a Q-tip bearing. Because I only needed a 375 bearing. Eco. Stage separation confirmed. Upper stage ignition. Yeah, I guess we didn't need that. Sure, why not? Okay, switch back over here. We were auto-rotating. People wanted to see another one of my launch vehicles. Should be good enough. I don't think we have enough fuel to land, though, dudes. But it is what it be. Okay, we're over 70. Switch back to the second stage. You ever make a heavy version of MLB with 3 cores? No. You believe? Bearing separation. Bearing separation confirmed. The Rotato stage, guys, I can get that working, but yeah, I'm not sure we have the parts in career mode just yet to get it done. So we'll go back to career mode tomorrow. Alright, I'm gonna stop this because we're in engineering mode. We'll stop this just short of orbit. Right there. Yeah, we can get the Rotato working, dudes. It's gonna need those big helicopter blades. It's a trade-off, though. So it's either have 6 of the big helicopter blades or like 48 of the small blades. So, yeah, it's kind of screwed. Probably turn these on. What, you didn't think it could do this? Of course it can do this. Why wouldn't it? Too early. Landing legs deploy. Too soon, Junior. Closer than last time. That's annoying because I had plenty of fuel left. Come on, just go over there. You can take a bath, you know, as a treat. There we go. See? See? Look at that. Look at that. We are touchdown in one piece on land. Hey, what? There's nothing that I said that wasn't true. Okay. The part of the booster was touching dry land. And the booster was in one piece. There's no different than when it lands perfectly upright. Okay. The bit that blew up with staging is it's temporary. That's a temporary component. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about that. Now I want to try. Do you think you could get that stage to do a runway landing if you use the big rotor blades as pop-out wings? Probably. Aqualex, I'd be extremely worried about I would be worried. Let me put it that. I'll explain in a second. Aero perturbations on the way up. You could scissor wing with the helicopter blades, I'm pretty damn sure. We might need to double up 2 or 3 of them, but yeah, that'll work. You could scissor wing with those. It would work. Yeah, Blackness, we did that a little while back. Here, I'll show you guys what the other trick up my sleeve was, if you really want. So, let me show you what I want to do here. Give me one of these. And we're going to put it in mirror sim. You put it in between, right here. In between the blades. You guys will like this, for the people that haven't seen it. You'll like it. Don't worry. It'll be fun. Okay. That's good enough. It'll be fun, you know, as a treat. Now, this isn't scissor wings, but if you haven't seen this idea, I think you might like it. So, we have a torus wing, a toroidal wing here, okay? Now, I don't necessarily, we're not gonna do the auto rotato necessarily, but I have kind of a next gen version of this. So check this out. Now that is with a bunch of fuel in this. So let's go over here like this, here like this, go here like that. Yes, very nice. Very, very nice. And then this is where it gets fun. You guys ready to have fun? Great, Natsalik. How are you today? You guys like it? Yeah, biplane configuration. That would work, Oculux. Sure. Just don't tail strike? Oh, yeah. No, we won't. You don't need to worry about that. Oh, yes, of course. Blech. Yep. Wait, we can get rid of that. We don't need that there. So if we're gonna roll with that, I want doubles. There we go. There we go. I hate those being like that. Let's double them that way. Make sure they're locked out. Now watch this. Now watch this drive. So this is a design that I've used in the past. But we're gonna take that to the next level. Because this should be way simpler than the Freedom rocket. In an old mission mode save, I had a rocket called Freedom. We called it the Cigarette. Now, Freedom had 2 jet engines attached to the side. Jets. And the jet engines were, it's basically a jet-propelled flyback booster. This does not have that. My idea now is to use the ducted blades powered in a powered element to be our propulsion back. Much simpler, way lighter than having jet engines and fuel on the sides. I'll show you. Are we building the return boosters of energy yet? No, this is a rocket for the career mode save. Yeah, qualified hacker. I did borrow a lot of elements from Freedom in this design, but it's okay. It's okay. From the wrong tanks. Always a good thing. Oh, we just gotta empty all the fuel. Who knew a fairing up at the top is not very aerodynamic? Said we gotta empty all the fuel. Oh no, we're going out to sea. Oh gosh, good gosh. All right, get rid of all that. Yeah, this needs to transfer faster. Okay, fuel is all transferred. We're good. Go here. The motors aren't engaged. Oh, I didn't put power on the motors. Coming in for a landing. Coming around, Rogue Leader. Oh, hello. Okay. All right. Easy fix. What is that rotating part? It's a ducted fan. So what I got to do here, that's the mistake I made right there. Boom. Done. Done. Freaking done, dude. Go. It's good. It's a flyback booster. It's a flyback booster design. I had a previous version of this, and a previous version had jet engines, so it would just fly back like what you just saw, but the jet engines would activate. This one is a gigantic ducted fan, which is super cool. This is something we should be able to implement in career mode. Shouldn't be too hard. All of our boosters will boost back and land. Or fly back and land. They just don't, not propulsive. It'll land horizontally. You'll see. Nice, Panto. Turbo aerodynamics makes some very interesting rockets possible. It'll work in real life. Why wouldn't it? It'll work. Oh, there's a huge ducted fan on one side. Of course it would work. Will weather become less of a problem, Texas, as it gets into the fall and winter? No. No, it won't. Serge. Winter is actually worse in Florida. Hurricanes. Okay. So what we can do what we were doing before, and we could use more auto rotato to get those RPMs up. But in this design, we have auxiliary fuel tanks. Watch. Got the RCS off. We don't need that. We're going to be cutting it a little bit close here, guys. And not close enough. Next. Easy fix number 4. 4? Number 3? Easy fix number 3? Is space news today. Sure. Would air brakes bleeding off speed help? The propellers can be used as an air brake to bleed off speed, dude. Here, let me do this. Let me show you guys a different way of thinking about this. Okay, I'll just show you what I was trying to do because we should do a space news today. I haven't done one in a long time. All right, so get all the fuel out of here. Get all the fuel out of there. All the fuel out of there. All the fuel out of there. Make sure we got fuel there. There we go. Go over here. Now watch this drive. Easy fix number 3.1-2. Excellent. Okay. Oh, okay, there's our rocket engines. We fired them all off. Oh, isn't that awesome? Oh, geez. Oh, gosh. Oh, great. Here we go. Oh no, he scraped the tail. Oh god. No, it flew for a second. That was the right idea. Ish. Worked. So that it didn't, the tail, it didn't like the, you know, just easy fix number 8. fine. A better way would be to just raise the front landing gear, to be honest, to change the angle of incidence at, you know, sitting on the thing. Your plane looks sick. Thank you. Aglux, I do like your idea of the biplane wings. That is pretty sick. That'd be pretty cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Noobzor, 77-month resub. Thank you. See, I'll keep the landing gear compressed a little bit here. Flies great. This is what we did in mission mode. This was the mission mode killer. But this is even better, dude. You know why this is better? Because it's lighter. It's way lighter. The other one had jet engines on it. There's no way the jet engines weigh as much as the turbo shafts and all the blades. There's not a chance. This is Freedom 2.0, man. And it's glorious. We're running out of fuel, though. For real. That's not great. This isn't great. This isn't great. What did I come back to? Don't worry about it. Well, we're out of fuel. Let's just... Bounce! Nope. That's awesome. Nope. Didn't like it. Lava Eagle, thanks to you in no small part, I have become an aerospace engineer today. Your dreams are truly inspiring and a great place to learn. Yeah, buddy. It only had 100 units of fuel on it, guys. Congrats, Lava. That's awesome, man. Why is this better than chutes? Parachutes aren't realistic. Ish. Ah. Hmm. Huh. Rocket Lag begs to differ. With who? Me? Well, they'd be wrong. I may have missed some parts of the last KSP stream. Are you still doing career mode? Have you moved to engineering mode to make weird stuff? No, I'm prototyping here for the career mode save. Didn't the Buran boosters have deployable wings to land it on a runway? Yeah, it was a plan. We planned on using the shuttle every couple of weeks. But yeah, certain versions of the Energia booster were designed for that, yes. Good with either? Well, that, all right. Good to know, man. Did they never try it? Ran out of money. It was just a concept, dude. Never implemented. Ran out of moolah. Oh, well, there's your problem. These weren't in the right spots. Silly of me. Okay, I'm gonna test something. I would say that it's the last dumb test of the day, but you know, it's me, so probably we know that's probably not true. What's that, Louisville? This is proven tech. Shuttle glide flyback. Oh, yeah. No, it's great. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, that's good. Hey, Dave Peoples. That's 5 membies over there on the YouTube stream. Thank you very much. Watching you play career mode for the past few days makes you want to go back to playing KSP. Reject modernity, embrace tradition. Play KSP 1. I want you to play KSP 1. Gleh. Make Dune's Dragonfly an ornithopter, Louiso? Yeah, you could probably make that. You'd probably get away with it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll work. Gleh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Nate. Don't mind what's going on in here. Don't worry about that. Don't. What did I just walk into? I said don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just taking my booster for a walk. Why the rotor wings? Because this could potentially be way easier. Because, like, I'm over here flying a first stage around. That's not great. Oh, hang on a second, guys. Bree's calling me. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. That was an urgent phone call. All right, anyway, back to the shenanigans. So this is nice. How far are we away from an aerospace company doing a flyback booster? I don't know, man. You know, I could really do with more roll control authority. Yeah, that's not doing that. I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, that's what I wanted to do. You know, I didn't want to land on the runway. I didn't want to land on the runway. Why would somebody want to do that? EJ definitely forgot dinner. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know. Could you have the rotor blades rotate? What? You forget dinner. I don't know. I fast during the week, dude. Okay. Well, fellas, that was an interesting dive into auto rotation. We can definitely get auto rotation working, but we don't have the parts really unlocked for it to do it like right now in the career mode save. I did want to check into it. We absolutely got it to work, which is pretty cool with the Rotato. The Rotato design was sick. That thing was actually super cool. But, yeah, that's what it's going to take to get one of these things to hover up and around. The Rotato design is pretty cool, man. It's pretty awesome. If you guys didn't see what this thing actually does, hold on, I'll show you. Last thing we'll do, and then I'm going to jump over to space news. Yeah. So this thing is designed up. This thing will auto-rotate down. But the problem is that you have insane drag on the way up to the point where it almost isn't worth it. Have the rotor blades you're using as wings act as ailerons. I did, and it didn't like it. Spoiled. That's what I just had open. Yeah, I tried to enable. It didn't. Something is funky with SAS and heading lock here, dude. I don't know if it's this computer or some settings that I have. Anyway. If you're not familiar with the Rotato, you didn't see it a little bit earlier. This thing's pretty rad. That's the Rotato. It's pretty cool. It exists in this universe. This shouldn't exist. No, it's fine. It's fine. What's wrong with it? Hey, before you look at me all funny, all right? Before you all, I can feel the judgment through the camera, okay? I can feel it. All right, before you all look at me all funny, okay? Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, it's not there. Yeah. Before you look at me all funny, why don't you shut up? This has absolutely been tried in real life. The company just ran out of money. Yes, but the rotor was on the top, not in the middle. They had it deploy out of a custom fairing, man. What do you want? All right, the Roton. So before you look at me funny, this isn't the weirdest thing, okay? How do you plan on locking the hinges mid-flight with an action group? They're so flimsy.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Noki gifted a sub to why, God? Why? Don't hinge shame 95, jeez. Okay, sorry for laughing. No, it's fine.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Oh, what's up, man? So check this out. Ready? Let's just last test of the day. Well, we're not going to achieve it doing that. Yeah, it turns out it probably should be full of fuel when it does this, because we're definitely not deploying the flaps this way. Too much lateral. This is fine. Hey, we were trying to make wind for the wind tunnel, okay? If you get it up in the air, 95, you deploy the hinges when it's above the atmosphere. So like when it's coming back down. You deploy them and lock them into place. And then you auto-rotate down. That thing can actually... We can land this thing with no powers. No power to it. It can land on an empty tank of gas if it's falling down from the atmosphere. But anyway, I don't believe we have the big rotor blades in Career to make this thing do what we want it to do. So, yeah. Oh well. Blades won't be ripped off on re-entry. It's just coming back from a first stage.